No, no. A drop in a value of 10. Dearie dear. Fields, you menace. You menace. You're right though. The game looked really, really interesting from what I saw of the gameplay. I was kind of zoning in and out as I was grabbing food, but it looked interesting. Ababom. Hi. Hello, everybody. How are we going? The first time you entered the stream. Yeah, you were going on about how you have bad luck. And then we're like, you don't have bad luck, surely not. Like, luck is a construct. It ebbs and flows. Everybody has it, everybody doesn't. And then you immediately rolled a 1. Yeah. Nothing bad will happen when I allow your voice onto stream. I mean, if you say so. I wholeheartedly trust you. 110%. How are we going? The goal for today is to play. It's to play with paint. So look forward to that. A grave mistake. It was all right. It wasn't the worst thing to ever happen. Letting Field's voice onto stream for a second. I was surprised with the choice of barking, but I mean, hey, everybody has their speed. Okay, so what do I mean by play? I've been focusing on illustrating in like a really structured way for the past couple of years. I'm wanting to push my speed and iterative process. So the goal will be to build up a draft quickly, then iterate on the draft quickly again to come up with a relatively solid concept, and then go for it, bring it to final without messing with detail too much, is the plan. It's kind of like a study. It's a way of exercising the creative muscle. Billy's fault for pointing it out. Don't want to talk over my exit speech. No, you're good. You're good. If anything, I think I did comment on it slightly before Billy did. So if anything, it's on me. Okay, what kind of scene do we want here? Oh, 8. Heck yeah. 8 can work. We can do stuff with 8. It's always fun when people fail at a roll, but just. It's fun to narrate. Blank canvas, who dis? Yeah. Hi, Cloud. Hi. How are we going, by the way? How's our day been so far? Ooh, the 19. Okay. I am practicing with a 19. Heck yeah, you do. I'm practicing coming up with imagery on the fly. So the goal here today will be to not think about it too much and just commit things to canvas as quickly as I can, and try and render as quickly as I can without dwelling on the detail too much. Heck, if I end up with something really cool looking, then I can iterate on it more and like go through the full render, but I need to increase my speed. Really good at random scribbles. Excellent. Your skills will come in handy. for today. Using the U method of winging it until something kind of cool. Well, I mean, kind of. I know what image I have in my head. It's just a case of, can I bring it to fruition? The answer's probably yes, but we'll see. We could end up with a complete dud. You've been so tired, your sleep schedule is double trash. What does double trash look like? $5 a.m. to 2 p.m. Oh yeah, no, that's pretty spicy. A good piece of advice that I've heard recently, that you can absolutely take or leave, deem it what you will, was if your sleep is crap, accept that it's crap, and then set your alarm for what time you want to wake up for. Well, set like 10 alarms, whatever it happens to be. Wake up at that time, accept that you're going to be absolutely exhausted for the day, and then try and collapse at the end of the day at the time that you want to fall asleep. And it's like a way of hard resetting, like flipping the switch. May work, may not. I can't speak to somebody's constitution. Starry Night or a big old snail. Or that's not the image that I currently have in my brain, but like good imagery. Post the image in my head. Well, that's kind of the plan, is that it's my way of posting the image. Hey PB, how you going, bud? How you been? How'd you go yesterday? Terrible at staying up when you're tired? Yeah. No, I completely, I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. But the times that I have, let's see if I can get this. There we go. Sorry. The times that I have gotten it to work, it's worked a charm. So it's a tool at the end of the day. Does it work for you? Excellent. If it doesn't, don't use it. New stream, who dis? It Mahali. Hi. Hi, Billy. How you going? You're meeting one of your goals. Oh, which goal? Which goal? Won't float with you. Boo. Boo. I did like it. I did like it. Gonna put your phone on the other side of the room in a bit and take a handful of Benadryl. Yeah, that's also the good play, is completely disconnect from tech. If you have to bounce from stream for that reason, you'll be doing so with my blessing. Please, whatever you need in order to get it to work. Lunchtime, nice. Getting a 6-pack. You have a 2-pack and slowly getting a 4-pack. Still fat though. Regardless, if you're hitting your goal, that's still commendable. Well done. Billy, helped you finish up your magic item. Ooh, the one that you sent to me. Nice. I have noticed that you've been on a bit of a dagger heart kick. So you've found good company with Billy, who's similarly being a nerd at the moment. Getting dragged that way, water motion that way, so drag lines that way. Then How am I going to do this? How you going, by the way, Laz? Been a little while. Given that I've been away for a week. How you going, bud? That's what you're running, yeah? Nice. Don't let them choose a meme name. Can't leave stream without his blessing. I mean... is that any different from usual? You've decided you're going to let your players name it. I mean, hey, that's a good way of getting your players invested, right? As if they're part of the creative process. You may have gotten Billy into it. You're always watching, but you got pushed into it. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, because Billy was talking about Daggerheart well before it actually got released. Fear not, citizen. Ah, Wiener Dan. Your Field's long suspected secret identity. I always knew that Fields and Wiener Dan were the same person, personally. I mean, not to call after the fact, but secretly in my heart, I knew. Going good? I just made you think of some stuff you did a few years ago. You put it in Archer. Oh, yes, please. Mouse, you okay? You okay there, buddy? No, you're not doing okay at all. Let's change out your battery. Whoop. Da-da-da-dum. Think we're good? Yeah, okay, that's charging. And then, mouse, you good? Come on, work with me here. Hey, we're good again. Cool. Please don't shorten his name to Wiener Dan. I mean, if it sticks. Ooh, professional scribbling. Ooh, this is quality professional scribbling. Yeah. I see. Apparently I have to sleep now, which is probably a good idea. Sleep well, bud. Rest up. Chat later. I see what you've done here, Laz. You've started with Les Scribbles, and then after the fact, you're going in and identifying like the shapes that you'll see. That's really cool. It's like cloud watching or stargazing, where it's like, oh, I can see this image, I can see that little fish in there with the crossover circle thing. A burb, yeah, I can see the a derpy burb there. That's awesome. It reminds me of, I've brought it up in the past. It's really good. With the circular scribbles that you're going with, it's really cool seeing like the eye shape kind of reassert itself over and over and over again. It's really awesome. Light bulb, yeah. It reminds me of, I've talked about it in the past, where you'd take graphite. You take a graphite pencil, you'd rub it on the pad of your thumb, place the pad of your thumb on a piece of paper and it'll create a mark. Then, based on the shape of the mark, you might like smear it. You might add several. You add details to it, and they tended to be like little jelly bean people. But you could create like giraffes. You could create hippopotami. It's probably hippopotami, right? Surely it's not hippopotamuses. definitely got a legal sneak preview. Yes. I've been privy to that as well. He's the Scissor Man. Wiener Dan is the Scissor Man. Not working tomorrow, so your morning is free. Ooh. An art class made you do this kind of drawing. It's what biblically accurate angels look like. Well, that's the thing, right? Is abstract art gives you that blissful feeling of discovery in the same way that biblically accurate angels do. You don't quite know what you're looking at until it's far too late. Like the pun you made with the tongue tied on the third page. Did I not notice? Tongue tied. Fortune cookie, tonsils. With cool dude, screaming lemon, triangle face. There it is. There it is down the bottom. Yeah. I'm seeing the little face with the tongue sticking out and the tongue is tied in the middle. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. No, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal when you get to let your animation kind of flow a little bit. Do I want sharks as well? No, it messes up the clarity of the image. Let's just go with the Rex. And if I'm looking for more clutter, I can just add more debris. Is that Charybdis Hoodis? It is a giant ocean leech. Whether that crosses over with other concepts that have existed before, perhaps, but that is not the intention from the ground up. You changed my class to Scissorman. Right. Yes, you have. Sorry, brain. Ocean Moor? Yeah. Yep. It's a study of sorts. The idea is that I'm coming up with a concept and developing it as quickly as I can and bringing it to completion as quickly as I possibly can to try and practice developing images more quickly. The sail would not be pulled in that direction if the direction of the water is that way. So it'd be closer to this kind of business. The thing that takes me the longest to develop is all of the logic. So the way that I usually develop pieces is I create a bucket of water, right? I create the plastic bucket, I fill it with water, and then I drop things into it. And then based on the size of the object that drops, the shape, what material it is, I need to kind of estimate what kind of splashes and ripples it's going to make. And it's that simulation process that takes me the most amount of time. Ads in your stream? Dust, I'm so sorry. It shouldn't be ads. Ad shouldn't be for another 5 minutes. Deeply offended and shall leave immediately. Oh, jeez. Maybe ads didn't play when stream booted up for some reason. That would be a problem. A giant creature sucking in water as it spins giant tentacles to create a whirlpool to suck in food, kind of like how whales use bubbles, is really cool. Yeah, that's the idea, right? Is it, it personifies a whirlpool? Before I forget, just a quick reminder to everybody working on OCs for this month's drawing prompt. We're on the 29th at the moment. As soon as we tick over to the the 1st in 3 days, you're out of time to get the VIP badge. You have infinite time to get it in, but specifically, just so that it's a bit of an incentive to get it done within the month, VIP badges are limited to the month for which the prompt belongs to. So you've got 3 days to complete your OCs. VIP on Ds? Well, I hadn't considered that. I had not considered that as an option. How you going, Dust? If you can hear me, unless you're stuck in ads still. A 19. With 2 batches of pre-rolls? Ooh, okay. Then, pre-ads weren't shown then. Frick, okay. I'll need to pay attention to that moving forward. Recently hit you with a very lazy response of just throwing D's nuts on the end of any given sentence when he's not listening to whatever he said. It's infectious. Yeah, I can confirm, thanks to a certain somebody, that it is incredibly addictive to just chuck D's nuts on the end. Thank you, Billy. At least you, at least you've admitted to it. Decent enough. Just finished your shift. Excellent. Time for the walk home. If so, I will try to be as entertaining as possible to have the time pass as quick as I can. Because if I learned anything in my physics class, it's that time is relative based on how funny somebody is. That's actually what happened in the movie Interstellar. People falsely assume that that clip of Matthew McConaughey sitting in that space chair having a cry is him being sad. No, he's been brought to tears by one of the funniest knock-knock jokes that's ever existed. Time for walkies? Excellent. Time is relative to D's nut. Well, frick. You've done it again. It's getting worse. Don't tempt you with a good time. Oh, dearie dear Billy. Dear, that conversation never happened. I don't know what he's talking about. It really is. It really is. No, it's a plague. A plague of D's nuts upon your house. Again, the sail wouldn't be like that. It would be dragged in this direction. In other news, you could rant for hours about the locks in your last district because they make no effing sense. Explain. Explain your locks. Should act like a tired child back to work. Enjoy stream. Catch you, Billy. Have fun. Talk to you later. Oh, speaking of talking to Billy later, I've got D&D. I've got D&D tonight. Heck yeah. I'm so excited. I just can't hide the fact that I'm trying to kill my character so that my character gets replaced with goblins. D&D. Well, see, there we go. Again, combo. These are apartments, yeah? All look the same, got like way too many of them, but they should all hypothetically be the same, right? Think again. Wait. But logic would dictate that they would be. Na, 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 da, da. Na, 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 da. Na, na, bring that mast to this side, and then we go with the original sail tradition. You got 3 different keys. It's random which one it is for that particular building. Majority unlock, so you don't need the key at 3 AM. Some don't. One is unlocked before 3 AM, but locks once you're inside. It does that just to gaslight you. Oh my goodness. That sounds awful. There's this problem where whenever I visit my mum, she's got like a bajillion keys on her keyring. So she goes like, oh, can you unlock this for me? And then passes me her keyring. And I'm looking at this big cluster of keys in my hand and I'm going, how the frick? Imagining that as the day-to-day sounds terrifying. Through chimney, slightly thinner, much less magical Santa Claus. It's Boba Claus. Hey, go on, bud. Some are locked until you've used the key, then they're unlocked if it's past 3 AM. Some are just always locked. Oh, no, that sounds awful. I've decided I don't like it. This system that isn't a system. Not a fan. Bubble Claws? Yeah, it did sound a little bit like Bubble Claws. How you doing, Bubble Claws? This isn't close to your nonsensical district? Bobby Claus, but you're Australian. I mean, Bobber Claus, is it? You wrote some today? Oh, nice. Glad to hear. 864 words in a speech. You love to hear it. You love to hear it. How do you find the sitting down to write process? I'm sure you've got the mentality of like, what I write doesn't need to be perfect, because that's you just write to write's sake to get the draft out, and then you refine, right? You have a writers group every Monday. Strats. The speech was part of the words though, but it was the hard part for sure. Speeches need to be like concise to get their meaning across. Especially if in canon, like in the story, people are inspired or frightened or encouraged by said speech. If it doesn't actually convey any of that, but then the character's reacting like that, there's a moment of clash between what the story's trying to say and what the characters are experiencing. So yeah, no, I can completely see that where you need it to be tight. Need to get back into actually writing, not just thinking about writing. Well, I've mentioned it in the past, Dust, but I'll reiterate it just for my own peace of mind, really. The monthly art fair isn't just for painting and stuff. If the prompt inspires you to write something that's equally valid, the prompt is no longer like a competition in the same way that it was before. So I don't have to directly compare art forms. So if somebody wants to do photography, if somebody wants to do written art, if somebody wants to do a dance performance, if somebody wants to do just like shadow puppetry, whatever they want to do for the prompt, it's valid. You're eligible for affiliate soon. Nice, that's awesome. Glad to hear. Sonic fanfic type. I mean, if it inspires you, that's why I said if. I'm not saying that you need to. I think we've got a starting point here. Let's quickly get color down. Oh, that's good. You having fun there, computer? Big brush strokes, panic. To be fair though, it's like 4K resolution, so not too surprising that the computer's struggling a little bit. Work with me here, PC. Okay, we're wanting to start with sort of green-blue tones out of the outskirts. And then the deeper it goes, the more that we start losing that green. And it goes into sort of an indigo grey colour at the centre. If anything, we can have like bioluminescent algae and stuff trailing in as well to really sell the directionality if I want to. We'll see how we go. Really like your own community, but a lot of followers are friends of or other communities you've joined, so getting the average viewer thing might be tough. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's how most people start. Plus, it's not really a black and white thing, right? Where I've gone about it kind of the worst way, where I've isolated myself, and I very much so don't like bump shoulders with that many other streamers too often, which I'm trying to fix. I'm trying to be more sort of in the play pit with everybody. Usually the case is that it's almost like a big shared community swimming pool that everybody's paddling around in, and people just kind of flow between different communities. If anything, that's something that I aspire to, is just like a big pool of creatives. I like the idea of just, I don't know. It's lonely sometimes. What can I say? I have been working on it. I've been streaming with Ghoulie. I need to stream with Katie to get the Cyan Goblin rendered. That needs to happen at some point. And the goal will be to get everybody in on one canvas. Okay, maybe not one canvas, but get everybody in on developing canvases, plural. A whole bunch of people. In the same way that with the Ghoulie stream, we started with 2 separate canvases and we passed them back and forth. I like the idea of there being like 5 artists or something, and then all passing the canvases around in a big circle. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Like, best case scenario, we have it where you start the line work for a canvas and then you just don't see it again for another 4 hours, and then you just see what emerges on the other side. You don't have the best hardware for doing other things. You'd like to branch out more. Doing a sort of collab tomorrow with a variety streamer you met. You won't be streaming it, and you're not sure if he is either. I mean, it's how these things start. Is just building up relationships with people, right? It's not the worst thing. Hope you don't mind me speaking candidly about stuff that I want to do. I'm not very good at like organizing things secretly behind the scenes. Kind of just speak my brain. Don't mind. It's been fun getting involved with Twitch so far. I'm not taking it particularly seriously at the moment. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Noted. I'll keep my brain unfiltered then. Important question to the room, though. While I'm working on this, is anybody working on a little project of their own? Some of the fuzziest feelings I feel are when I hear that somebody's like drawing along to the stream. So I'm curious. I'm blatantly fishing for it at this point. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Trying to be evil. Why are my plans always thwarted? So heroes, so hear me out. I've got plans, right? I'm going to blow up the city, right? What do you think, Superman? So I'm going to place a bomb in the sewers. That's a pretty good location, right? Because it's central. It's central and like slightly out of view, so I can kind of get away with it. And and then it'll hit City Hall and do lots of damage. What do you reckon? Huh? Why am I going to jail? Why are you arresting me? Always monologues about evil. It's not even like evil monologuing. It's just like scrapbooking. Just me sitting on the ground kicking my legs as I'm like drawing these big evil plans in a scrapbook. I'm going to blow up. Well, I'm going to try to blow up. I'm going to plan on blowing up the borders of Gotham to flood the city, but I'm not really going to explain why. It's just going to be a thing, and I'm going to say something along the lines of, I'm cleansing Gotham because big water something. If you know, you know. This is a metaphor for yeah, exactly. Yep. Like the fan canon that Clark Kent keeps publishing articles about lead pipes in the city's water supply. People are pretty sure he's a meta, but like not like a crime fighter. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I keeping people confused. Like that Clark Kent, he's probably a supervillain. Like there's that guy that keeps going around at night breaking into houses called Clark Man. I'm not going to say it's Clark Kent because I don't have any proof, but like, come on. The perfect alias. The perfect alibi. You see, I couldn't have been Superman at that point because I was off doing things. What is a guy who can detect lead pipes going to do to fight crime? Right, okay, I see what you mean. Where he's alluding to what his power is, and his power is relatively useless. Like, I'm lead pipe discovery man. What are your powers, lead pipe discovery man? You can only imagine. I can detect where lead pipes are. One of those posts that was like, what if a hero that claims to teleport is actually a speedster? Just goes there really fast, and then people keep adding onto the heroes with powers that are just being fast. Oh, I do like that. Yeah, like, I can teleport. I can punch from, like, I can hit you with kinetic impacts from range. I can, I'm telekinetic, but with like one big shove. It just cuts to him in slow motion, just running over, like pushing something really quickly and then running back. Yep. Or trying to hide the fact that they're actually a speedster from each other. No, I like the idea of one hero doing it, where they claim that they've got teleportation or whatever it happens to be. everybody believes it, and then I'm getting stronger, I've got more abilities, and they're just doing another thing with their super speed, and they're just they keep like adding to their power set. I think that's fun. I like the idea of a speedster LARPing as like a chosen one who keeps getting bestowed upon like new powers. Mr. Evil, guess what? You thought that I was limited to just teleportation, but I've just recently discovered I have the ability to trip people from a distance. Normal clip? Oh, thanks, bud. I'm going to block. Well, I'm going to try to block. I'm going to plan on blowing up the bull. Come on. That's so rude. Definitely not clipped out of context. So rude. Just because I admit to crimes on stream doesn't mean that you should clip it. Do like when a character earns powers, not by getting stronger, but being smarter with what they've got. Yeah. Yep. No, it's one of the most compelling, like, magic systems, quote unquote, in a world, is when it's super duper restrictive. Like, you have this ability. You have the ability of water, and that's it. You can't learn fire, you can't learn air, you can't learn earth. You have water, and that's it. And then it's just the character trying to figure out ways that they can apply water to any given situation. A really sort of simplified explanation of it, but yeah, I completely agree. Thanks, bud. No, I appreciate it. Dearie dear. My poor reputation. Flushed down into the sewers where that bomb is waiting. Terrierist, also known as a dog, fancier specializing in terriers. I misheard. Ah, fair. No, that's fair. That was me misjudging a typo that surely Fields had committed to. And then bloodbending was born. Yeah, exactly. Because it's a flexible way of conceptualizing the limitations. That still makes sense, you know? Big terraforming. I'm a terrorist. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Frick. Now that's going to get clipped. But no, I've been playing a game called Terraforming Mars, which is an economy-based long-form board game for big nerds, and it's been really fun. More specifically, there's I think it's called Ares Expedition, which is a simplified version of it that's come out semi-recently, that you play with like cards instead of just the big board. And that's been really fun. I won both times that I've played it so far because I got really lucky. So yeah, I think that's quite accurate now that you say it. I am a fan of terraforming. Okay, I need to create darker sections where the water is layered over itself in the big spiral flow. Because if you look at like a glass of water being stirred and it creating that big whirlpool, it does actually create like formed swirls. That it's not just like, it's not like fire, right? Where it's ethereal. No, it's like physical water forming this cone shape and the ripples and stuff. So I need to shade it accordingly. More aquaforming at the moment? Yeah, true. Come on. There it is. I immediately regretted it. So, Mahali, I found your channel and I'm a little bit confused. All of the clips are just of you admitting to crimes. Is that like a regular thing for you? The whole crime thing? Is that just what you do? What kind of art stream is this, Mahali? Performative art? Is it performance art? You just go around pranking people, aren't you? Yes, I am. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mahali, explain yourself. No, Mama Duck, no, you've seen me at my worst. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? Which is not a racist terrorist, but rather a guy who's really into terracing. Ah, my God. Bob, I'm so sorry. I was quick to assume. See, Fields? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Misspeak. Moment of misunderstanding. Reassessment of it. Decipher it. Digest it. Really taste it. Then when you've come to a conclusion, you may judge. No. Never before have I seen stream clips weaponized so maliciously. So sorry, Mama Duck. Do you mind if that's how I refer to you as? Is that cool? One heck of a username. We've had some doozies recently. Okay, spiral. We can't just have it be a flat gradient. We need form. There we go. It's feeling more like a tunnel. I also need to remember that I'm not necessarily committed to my messy draft work. If it doesn't look right, I can always adjust. Like so. No. 1 minute. Thank you, Tavern. I appreciate it. Help you're being eaten? Wait, frick. Oh no. Zoom. Ah, frick. I just noticed. Dust is on this ship. No, Dust. What? This is unfortunate. I'm sorry, bud. There's not much I can do. I mean, I guess I can kind of like... I can pause it at this point. I can have it so that the ship doesn't get visually eaten, but you'll be stuck in stasis for eternity. You look like a snack, but mosquitoes please... Oh. Oh, there are mosquitoes in here too. You know what? I'm not too upset with the mosquitoes getting eaten by the giant leviathan creature. Me when you eat... No, I can totes relate to this painting. I'm resonating with it like crazy right now. Dude, the resonance of this painting, through the roof. It really, I'm seen by this painting. Me when I'm looking for snacks, am I right? Mahali, no. You're destroying the entire fleet. Me hungry. Okay, I'll never say that again. Oh, dearie dear. Why do I say words? You're really hungry right now? Minutes away from getting food? I mean, accurate. The inside of a beer bottle? I mean, yeah, I can see it. It's one of those reassuring feelings, you know? If you're ever scared of anything, just imagine how it feels to be a beer bottle. Okay, I've got the general shape that I want, so I'm going to jump up to a higher layer and say ship render. Oh, no. Yeah, slowly but surely. Slowly but surely the soundboard is coming to fruition. These nuts jokes from earlier infected your brain. I mean... speaking from personal experience, it's one of those things that will just kind of be stuck in your brain for a while. I mean, yeah, and then usually ditched at something. Hopefully a trash can, but not always the case, unfortunately. Recycling bin more preferably. Is it Katy Perry's Fireworks? Firework? That starts with, do you ever feel like a plastic bag? I want to hear the iteration of, do you ever feel like a beer bottle? Getting ocean leached, then thrown at a bus? Don't throw beer bottles at buses. Drifting through the wind. Yes, yes, now I remember. Absolute lyrical genius. I mean, it surely was a metaphor. Nah, I can't judge. I'd be terrible at writing music, I think. Lyrics especially, goodness. You have your new writing prompt. Reimagined Katy Perry lyrics. Those California girls were unforgettable. I mean, absolutely. And the only reason why we truly cannot forget them is because of the lyrical genius. As I said, like I can't even begin to compare. Ooh-ah, 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 ooh-ah. No, I tease. Pop songs will always be poppy, and there's nothing wrong with that. I had the realization the other day that I was a big dummy back in the day, where it was quite popular to actively hate on. I say actively, like, ha ha ha, this guy sucks. Am I right? About anybody who sort of rose in fame due to sort of pop song phenomenons. It's really dumb. It's really dumb. There's no reason for it. I mean, it's a little bit fun to like tease people, but I don't know, that moved well past teasing, I feel. Stabilization up through the roof. At least a 40. There we go. Smooth lines. Dumb your brain down for some unknown reason. Drake did a California slang cover of Hey There Delilah like a year ago. Oh, excuse me. That sounds interesting as all heck. How did that come about? Hey There Delilah is from like 2 decades ago. I'm 1,000 miles away, but girl, tonight I'd like to know. Really? That's fun. That's fun. Thank you for the bless. I appreciate it. How you going, kitty? One of your favourite songs is called Deborah. You just reminded of it because it's also a name starting with D. You know what else starts with D? D's nuts. Curse you, Fields, putting it in my head. It's going to be stuck there for a million years. A million years. You put Wagwan Delilah on when you have a ton of people watching your Discord stream. No. I mean, hey, if you're having fun, who am I to judge? I forgot to ask, Kitty, have you recovered well? I know it's been a while. I know it's been like a couple of weeks since you were down ill, but I hope you've recovered well. Just woke up not too long ago. Got to grab some food soon, but you're too lazy to walk to the store. I mean, it's valid to chill for a little bit once you've first woken up. Get a bit of like momentum in your system before you wake up. I do the same thing. I'll wake up at one time, let's say like 8 o'clock, whatever it happens to be, and then I'll just chill for a little bit and try and like build up a bit of psychic momentum. Like, come on, Marley, pep talk. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, get up. Okay, maybe you didn't get up that time, but it's the thought that counts. Here we go again. 3, 2, 1. Deborah is a song about wanting only one girl. Yes, only you and your sister. I think her name is. That's funny. That's funny. You have, yeah? All good now? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Don't be acting mean. Oh, there's a 40 in my... Oh my god, that sounds terrible. Fields, I'm sorry to say, you're not selling me on the song. It's not sounding great. Hi, Pixie. How you going? Oh, hi. Hope you're doing well. I'm back. Back from home country. Technically another state, but Australia's big. We'll say it's another country. You're trying to convince... No, that's fair. No, that is a good point. You never did say that you were going to try to convince me that it was good. I guess I wasn't expecting it to be that minced. You just think it's funny? No, fair. Okay, now we do the figurehead at the front. Ooh! Plasma Grape. Ooh, that is a fun username. Hi, Plasma Grapes. Welcome to the Tavern. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sitting in a small business online workshop, and it's tiresome being cheeky and popping over here just to say hi. How would they know? Your secret is safe with me. I won't say a word, I promise. Hand on heart. Howdy do? Yeah, good. I'm currently practicing developing an image within a short period of time. The goal is to get this done in the single stream. It usually takes me like a month to get a large image done. So the idea is that if I practice making images faster, when it comes time to actually develop something for a commission, maybe it doesn't take me a month, maybe it takes me 3 weeks, maybe it doesn't take me 3 weeks, maybe it takes me 2.5 weeks, whatever kind of little time speed improvements I can make, all appreciated. How are you? How you doing? How's your day been? A speed run? For Mahali standards. Definitely for Mahali standards. You're gonna tell? No, Fields, no. To do it. Drop the correction. Doing can't really complain. Just one of them days. Thanks for asking. Nah, that's fair. Well, hopefully I can pick up your day just a tiny modicum, teeny little amount. Any plans? We were painting Sonic OC characters for this month, and I finally got mine done last night and collapsed pretty shortly after. So I haven't gotten it posted yet, but I'm pretty chuffed. I'm pretty chuffed with how it turned out. It's one of those things where even if I can see a bajillion things that I could still do to pick up the piece, I gave the metaphor yesterday. It's like a game of Voltorbs. You can sit there painstakingly crunching all the numbers to make sure that every single decision that you make is optimal. And have like a higher success rate for it. You know, maybe you win 50-50 volt orbs as opposed to, 20% or whatever the faster method is. But if you do speed through volt orbs, you get more attempts. It doesn't directly correlate because you don't win at art. I mean, some people do, I guess, but generally speaking, you don't win at art. It's more a case of improvement. If you win, you're improving. I suppose that's where the metaphor falls apart a little bit, but you get what I mean. So I'm trying to do more games of Volt Orbs instead of quality games of Volt Orbs. Quality games of Volt Orbs will happen, but as with most things in life, it's kind of a combination of both that leads to the best outcomes. No real plans? Your day pretty much finished? Kind of sleeching, trying to get back into art, but not working out today for you? No, that's fair. What are you stuck on? Are you stuck on like inspiration? Are you stuck on motivation? Are you stuck on like a technical problem? Sketching? Yeah, fair. Is it? Yeah. My question still stands. What brick wall have you hit? You want to say all of the above? Yeah, fair. Okay. Well, since I'm depicting something ocean themed, why don't you try sketching something aquatic? Whether that be a fish, an octopus, a shark, whatever comes to mind. And because these things exist, you can look up reference images of like what these things look like, so you don't have to go completely off the noggin. And don't worry too much about how it looks. Just like quickly sketch it out, and then move on to the next one. Don't linger too long. Literally what I'm talking about at the moment. Don't linger on the one drawing too long. Don't try and make it look perfect. Just get it out on the page and then move on to a different secretor. It sounds a little bit like Unga Bunga Cave Person, but it's... When people say that developing art is very much so a case of just repetition and practice, it's entirely true. So just getting attempts down on the page is the important bit. Doesn't matter how they look. It does a little bit, but that can come in time. Just getting into the habit of it is the important thing. People always get hung up on how they go about these things. Yes, the saying is it's not about sheer amount of hours; it's amount of quality hours. Yes, I completely agree with that notion. But if you're struggling to get hours in for motivation's sake, then just getting in whatever you can is more important than focusing on the amount of quality. Oh, Maze. What the heck? Hi. Let me quickly hit you with one of these. Bam. How you going? Just sucks when you're getting your skills back. You end up getting busy, unable to draw, losing all your progress. Yeah. During times like that, it's important to get like 5 minutes in here, 10 minutes in there. Just to sort of upkeep. How you going? Welcome. How was stream? What were you up to? You were doing art. Excellent. You've told your friends literally just keep doing art until you're good at it. Your friends still think that it's just talent. I'll always give the example of what I've gone through. You're good? Great even? Ah, good to hear. This is what I started with. Characters, here we go. These are the images that I started with when I first started painting on stream. Like this was my best. This was my absolute best. You know, I'd spent hours and hours and hours and hours on them, and this is what I'd end up with. Right? And then let's quickly take a... Not to say that I'm great, but like compare that to Dave. Like this is a portrait that I did like last month. A little bit different. A little bit different to what it was. You know? So if anybody were to say to me, oh, no, it's because you're just really talented, I would actually get quite upset because it belittles how bad I was and how much work I've put in. So yeah, no, if you think that you can't draw, I'll throw a shoe at you. Lovingly. I will endearingly throw a sandal in your direction. Working on character design sheets because you're committing to your comic finally? Yes! Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. If you've got any that you'd like to share, I'd love to see. But no stress. Whatever you'd like to share, I'm all eyes and ears. It's just learned, in your opinion. Obviously, some people have a mind for it, but it's so annoying hearing that from them when you're literally the worst example of a dedicated artist. Well, that's the thing, right? Is some people might have an affinity for like the ideas, but in terms of the skill set, just by itself is very much so a learned thing. Nobody... some people will be faster on the uptake, obviously, but everybody can get to the final destination, as ominous as that sounds. Everybody can get to like the degree of skill that they want to. It's just a case of determination. And commitment. Determination, commitment, time, all these factors, but never talent. Talent is never the thing that gets in the way. You've shown your before and after to some people. They still say talent, and you're like, yeah. I mean, sure, maybe, but in which case everybody has talent in one way, shape, or form. It's all right to draw like a 5-year-old if you have the experience of a 5-year-old. Exactly. If you haven't drawn, of course you're going to draw like you've never drawn before. Still a work in progress. Can you send? But you can send it. Started with your Sona because you thought it would be the fastest. Yeah, go for it. Please do. The wise man was you. Try to convince yourself to stop trying to be an expert without having drawn anything. It's entirely true. It's entirely true. Expertise comes from experience, and experience is earned the hard way. But yeah, Plasma, I believe in you. You got this. If it's something that you want to do, you can do it. Showed your friend a sketch notebook, described it as schizo scribbles. Oh my goodness. I mean, if your sketchpad doesn't look like that, what are you doing? What are you doing? I missed you too, bud. It was a long week. A long week. Glad to be back. I haven't told my cat yet that I'll be going away on Friday and I won't be back until Monday. Until basically Tuesday. So she's gonna have a tough time because she yelled at me. As soon as I got back. I don't know how she's gonna handle the news. But after I get back from, because I'll be visiting Billy, N64 Billy who hangs out in my chat. I'm gonna be on a plane visiting him this weekend. But once I'm back from that, I'll be back home for good for at least a couple of months. Is right though. Don't use the notebook for anything incredible. You have it to scratch the itch on the fly. Yeah, exactly. There's artists tend to have, correct me if I'm wrong, artists tend to have their scribble book and then their nice sketchbook. And I feel like it's important to have both. It's important to have a book where you can just get your scribbles out, And then the nice book is like the thing that you show to people when you're like, yes, I practice art. But deep down, the scribble book is where our heart and soul truly lies. Your point is not everything has to be the best thing you've ever done if you're trying to get good. Yeah, 100%. You did send it? Ooh. Ooh. Character page. Excellent. Once again, putting my line art to shame. No, that's awesome. I like how you've captured multiple expressions and have the different styles depending on if the character is in the scene versus being a bit of a jokey character. It's good. No, it's good. I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you for adding the whip there. I wouldn't have known otherwise. No, it's good. It's good. Keep going. You got this. It's super cathartic to take a cheap ballpoint pen, make something horrific. Yeah, exactly. Just get it out of your system. All the scribble demons. Scribble book is sanctuary. Yeah, exactly. It's the safe space, Where you can exorcise your soul a little bit, as I said, of the scribble demons. Everybody has scribble demons. It's that song from, was it The Lion King 2? He lives in you. He lives in me. But it's scribble demons instead of kings of the past. It's like dumping the static out of your brain. Yeah, yep. Sometimes you've got an idea that you know is crap, but you just got to get it out. Joke characters as your Sona and the MC of your Malarkey comic where nothing ever happens. It's kind of your doodle comic. There's validity in that as well. There are paintings that I do that have quite a bit of sentimental meaning to me, and then there are other paintings that I do where it's just like, you know what? I've just gotta draw a squid. You think Gandhi quotes is your version of scribbles? I still think back to the genesis of the inspirational pit Gandhi quotes, and I laugh. I have to. It's too good. You love that song? It's a good one. There are some real bangers in The Lion King 2. I don't. Deception. Disgrace. Oh, such good songs. Was it Was Lion King 2 theatrical release, or is it straight to home video? Because there was a good stint of those for a while. Like, I think both of the Cinderella sequels were straight to home video. Per exemple. Forgot to specify Pit Gandhi. I don't think that would clarify much for those that don't know. Yeah. The amount of times deception pops into your head, it's the go-to. You know how there was a good solid 6 months of anytime anybody would do anything wrong, everybody would follow them around with like an air bell, kind of like an air guitar, but it's a bell, and do the shame, shame, shame chant from Game of Thrones. Deception is like that for me and my siblings. Anytime anybody does something like slightly out of alignment, deception, disgrace. Beautiful. Shake off the scribbles, but you had Kingdom Hearts on the mind. Dear. Do you think Kingdom Hearts is a scribble series? I can see it. Sometimes Disney hits. Sometimes they try too hard. They had a pretty good run. They had a pretty good run through the early 2000s, late 90s. I'm pissed at them though. I am. Oh jeez. Ads, frick, whatever. Don't care. I'm pissed at Disney right now because specifically they've learned lessons that don't exist. They have they've consumed their life experience, and what they've regurgitated out has been completely bonkers. Their latest films have done really, really poorly, except for the live action stuff. And they've come to the conclusion, oh, that's because nobody likes original animated stuff. It's not freaking true. It's just that their original stuff lately has been dog water, I think is the term. The conclusion, it's because people don't like originality. No, it's because you butchered the creative process to try and create like regurgitatable trash. Instead of realizing that the successes with Moana and Encanto, instead of realizing that the successes of those were because of how great the music was in them, they came to the conclusion that, oh, it's because they were poppy songs, not because they were written by like somebody who had tenure in the like performing arts and musical scene for like a bajillion years. No. It's not because of that. It's because they're all catchy and poppy. So then for their next set of movies, they hired pop writers to write all their songs. And all their songs were garbage. Who would have thought? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. How could that be the takeaway? Because they repeated it. They repeated the success of Moana. They repeated it with Encanto, and then they threw the recipe out the window. Went bye recipe. Don't let the window hit you on the way out. You got to throw your energy somewhere, 100%. And apparently Disney's energy is thrown into terrible, terrible animated movies recently. Marketing for their original stuff is non-existent. Yeah, like I did not know about, is it Elio? Their new movie? I can't even remember the title. I've never seen an ad for it. As a moneymaker, don't want to stop that. Their new animation movies feel dull. All their characters all feel the same as copy and paste. Yes, I hate that they attempted a soulless reimagining of the animation process with Wish. Don't get me started on Wish. That went poorly, and instead of learning the lesson of, okay, we need to be smarter about how we go about reimagining animation in the same way that like Sony and DreamWorks have been doing with all of their movies that have come out, like the Bad Guys, like Arcane that's come out like semi recently, K-pop Demon Hunters, Puss in Boots, the sequel one where the animation's really cool in that. Animation is going through like a new renaissance period, and Disney's just not involved whatsoever. I don't understand. Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse, whichever order those two came out in. That, like, animation is going through like a transformative period. Klaus on Klaus on Netflix. That was an amazing movie. Disney's just not involved in the process whatsoever. I don't understand. I don't get it. Regardless of how I feel about Frozen 2 tried so hard to make another Let It Go, ended up with Christoph's, well, has an opinion on it. Do not taunt me. I'll burst a blood vessel, I'll do it. Didn't ever catch on to the Renaissance and just gets left behind at this point. Yeah, that's fair. Teaches them a lesson for going soulless with it. Let the creatives breathe. Rant over. Sorry about that. It's so freaking true, though. This is just a personal pet peeve of mine as well. I'm sick of the Disney Pixar eye. I'm sick of new Disney Pixar design of character. Say they're Bigfoot. Like, oh, look, I'm Bigfoot. Yeah, I got big arms and, oh, like my body proportions are all over the place and I'm a new kind of design or whatever. And then they just slap Disney Pixar eyes on them. And then all of a sudden, any semblance of originality with the character design just gone, immediately obliterated. Because they feel like they've got this winning equation with how they do their eyes, where it conveys emotion. And they're right to an extent. It's not the one and only solution, though. That's what they need to understand. They can reach that conclusion with other design styles, like other animation styles. It just feels so lazy. It feels so lazy and soulless and uncreative and Most consistently evil company, to be fair. Only really like Minakio. Fair. Actually, here's another. Don't make fun of me. It might be true, but still. Some of the movies did worse, so just be like, okay, this thing is all we need to do now, especially Pixar. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the solution is. Actually, honestly, I think, as you've described, everybody taking off on the success train except Disney, I think is the one-stop solution. It'd be sad to see Disney leave the animation industry, but I think we'd be better off for it as an audience. Okay, so the deck of the ship is obscured from the light source. In this particular case, the ocean is the source of illumination. So we do this business. We allude to the railing existing without necessarily having to go through and render it all. then I'll do up the rigging and stuff in a second. I think that comes last. Encanto was really good though. Yeah, it was. Like I really enjoyed it, but that doesn't seem to be the direction that they're going in for reasons unknown. End up liking indies just because they feel like they have more character, be it games or shows. Not a lot of indies do movies though. Well, the problem is that there are independent films. It's just indie animation is not really a thing, not as much. There are some. I've heard that there are 2 indie developed animation shows going at the moment. They're going through their fair share of drama and stuff at the moment, but what are they called? Indie animation shows. That's right. Hell of a Boss and The Amazing Digital Circus is another one. I'm thinking of one more. Something Hotel? Can't remember. You watch those? Bee and Puppy Cat? Yeah, exactly. Like, it exists. Has Been Hotel. That's right. Like, they exist. They do. It's just harder. Yep. I don't watch them personally, so it's like I've seen them around, but I haven't committed them to memory. It's tough because something like a game, you can develop it relatively quickly, just 1 or 2 people, like a small group. Whereas an animated show, it's all elbow grease. It's all just sheer like people power. If you're thinking of the right one, you may Hell of a Boss I think is the same creative team behind Has Been Hotel. You've been a fan of Bee and Puppy Cat from the beginning? It's nice when you can follow along with the creative process, because you get to peek behind the curtain and see all of the trials and tribulations that go into the process, and it's really enlightening. There was an older animation series back in the day called Ed's World. A bit of tragedy to do with that, but I won't get into it. And it was really nice to sort of see how the main animator kind of went about the creation process for it. Been a fan of hers since the Owl animation back then. Ed's World was cool though. Yeah, it was. It still is. I don't follow it as closely nowadays, just because I don't know. I've kind of moved on since. But yeah, no, I 100% agree. It's cool to follow the process of indies. Wrong freaking layer. Okay, keep moving. Wanting to get it done in the stream. This sail is closer to the water here, so we're going to dredge it in this kind of indigo blue. There was a series of AMVs you followed, left on a massive cliffhanger, came out with the next episode 4 years later, left on an even bigger cliffhanger. Now you think it's been closer to 6 years. Oh my goodness, no. The torture. I find it difficult to stay heavily invested in things like that, like book series that go for massive periods of time between releases. I struggle. You always want to do animation, but don't think you could on your own? Well, it depends how ambitious you want to be with it. Like, for example, all of Cool's animations took me like a couple of weeks to do all of them. But if you're wanting to do like a full animated show or something, maybe that'll take you a little bit longer. But I've been following an art student in the city that I live in. That sounds terrible. On Instagram, there we go, fixed it. And they've been going about the process of learning animation, and they've produced a little indie animation film all by themselves. So it's incredibly doable. The Legend of Pippi. Is it set within the Pippi Longstockings universe? Because that's what comes to mind with that spelling. Might like the Albatross short film. Oh, let me chuck it into Google. Albatross short film. Ooh. Yeah, okay. I'll save that for later. Yeah, I'll have a look. You did GIFs, and with how long those take you, a whole show. You don't know how you would ever get anywhere just because you're slow. It would feel like you'd feel it, if that makes sense. Yeah, fair, but keep in mind that if you're developing a show or like a short film or something, you'd be doing it a lot. And if you're doing it a lot, you're learning a lot and getting faster by a lot. So don't get me wrong, I fully understand the trepidation, but it's one of those things that if you really wanted to do it, you could. I believe in you. And the Albatross are short animated movies. Talking like 6 minutes roughly for both. Ooh. Pippi Longstockings mentioned. Less a thing here in Australia. I saw it more in Greece. I'm not sure if that's a thing or if I'm just blind, which I could be. I need glasses after all. You already have too many comics, don't tempt you with what? No, that's fair. All I'm saying is that it's always an option if you did want to do it. I get triggered a little bit when anybody says like, "Oh, well, I can't do it." If like life circumstances get in the way, understandable. But if it's a skill thing, anybody can learn. So we've got the bow of the ship sticking up out of the water there. Once I've got a little bit of render on each of the ship components, I'll start rendering out the water. I think the ships are going to be the things that'll take me the longest, so I'll get everything else out of the way first. And then when I run out of time, inevitably, I'll pump as much attention as I can into the ships. You swear you have this song on your study playlist? Well, the next time it comes up, I'll actually, you know what? Was it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So downtime by Yellow Base. Have a look at your study playlist. See if downtime by Yellow Base is on it. The mystery thickens. You got 65 and a half hours on there. How is it not there? Well, you know what you can do? You can add it now. I want to add the submerged shadow of what the rest of the ship is doing below the water. I don't think I can do a ton, just because with how active the water is, you're not going to really be able to see that deep, but I can do it a little bit. I can do it a wee bit. Welcome back, Plasma. How you going? Meanwhile, you have a ton of comic ideas, just not dedicated to art enough. No, that's fair. That's fair. It's one of those things where you kind of have to decide where you put your experience points, you know? Think any sort of classic RPG video game where you've got skill trees, and you've got a limited amount of experience points, and you need to decide where you're going to be allocating them. And if you just decide, you know what, I'll put a couple of experience points in art, but I don't want to commit all of them, that's fair. Art is not a career path for you, it's a hobby. Oh, for sure, for sure. Do keep in mind though, you can commit quite a bit to hobbies. But if your career path isn't as stable as you'd like it to be at the moment, then more than fair that you're focusing more on that. You love art, don't get you wrong. You love drawing. I fully get you though. I get you. It's just not your focus. My brother is an electrical engineer. I'm sure he doesn't mind me sharing that. And he spends all of his downtime just making things. He's got like a full fabrication workshop. He's got like a 3D printer. He's got a laser cutter. He's got like everything. So even though it's not his focus at all, he spends quite a bit of his downtime just creating stuff. So art is definitely one of those things that you can just have on the side. Since you finally got other things done, gonna dive in. Nice. Zero helps you write the comics too. Ah, that's so nice. That's lovely. More along the lines that when you draw, you commit your entire time to a piece till it's finished. You just don't draw often. Love writing though. Yeah, it can be a little bit problematic when you've got like an all or nothing mindset when it comes to an activity. Definitely something you can set aside time for though. If you know that you're not doing anything for a weekend, for example, you could be like, you know what? I'm going to commit everything into this drawing, but I've got the time to do so. I think that's fine. Spend a lot of time coming up with ideas and writing stories. Do you find that you can like disengage from writing more easily than with art? Seen any of your art before? Have I? I believe I have. The scribble book, love it. For some reason, I strongly suspect that I have, but I can't say for sure. Post again in the share your art section. had a very overactive imagination paired with your ADHD. Consistently think of things and ideas. Fair. Fair. Ooh. There we go. Can't draw my butt. Wait, no, that... Ignore that series of words. Can't draw my left foot. Check this out. A sea critter and a half. Now that's awesome. But yeah, no. This is what I'm talking about. If you hit this point and you're struggling to develop it any further, that's fine. That's fine. Move on to the next critter. Don't linger on it too much, because you can burn yourself out in the process of trying to refine an idea too much. If you're in the mood to refine an idea, go for it. If you're not, move on to the next idea. That's awesome. Lovely little, like, mutant shrimp, like deep sea shrimp creature. That's awesome. That's so cool. Send some of your pieces. What? No, I have not seen these before. Hot damn. Let me check them up on stream for a second. Ah, ba boom. Love your use of color here. Green and purple, underused combination. Oh. Different versions of Gengar. I love. We stan Pokemon around here, even though it's taking me a million years to get my Nuzlocke done. Ah, the different versions of Typhlosion. No, these are awesome. Very moody aesthetic. I love. No, I haven't seen your work before. Definitely not these pieces. I can say with 100% certainty that I haven't seen those pieces before. You owe a lot of your art skills to Maze. That's nice. No, it's always cool when you can develop alongside people. That's what I'm hoping to develop a little bit with the streaming, is building up connections with like-minded people so that we can all improve, you know. In lack of art to show, you just sent funny video to relate to. You relate too much to. Oh my goodness. Is that the memes one?
And this is my hobby room. Wow, look at all this stuff.
I've literally seen this one before.
My miniatures. I have dozens of these little creatures. Haven't quite decided on a color palette for them yet. So many teeth. This is my 3D printing setup. I've done lots of calibrations.
It's so freaking true.
Stands for the miniatures. So they'll still be miniature, but taller. This is my sewing station, so I can make some of my own clothing. I might do something for Halloween.
It's the classic, I have a bajillion things that I want to do, but I haven't finished any of them. Literally any of them. It's so freaking true as well. Part of what I've been working on with stream has been upping the consistency to which I actually produce things and take them to completion. I was sent that video by said brother with workshop because he heavily relates to it. Your solid line work, colorizing and shading is all learned from Maze. No, it's good, well developed. Zero and you were married, so it just kind of came with the marriage. Oh my god, just inherited art buddy. Oh my goodness, jealous. That's like best case scenario. That'd be awesome. Time to get married so you can have... The thought may or may not have just crossed my mind. Well, it's time. Well. Art hacks, yeah. 101 tips for getting better at art. Always drew even as a little kid. It was all sketches on paper. Yeah. At least what I found was I didn't really start improving until I had like committed to improving. I found that when I just drew for drawing's sake, I didn't enjoy it as much. And because I didn't enjoy it as much, I just didn't draw as often. And because I didn't draw as often, I didn't improve. But as soon as I committed to like, I'm going to get good. Wish fulfillment, am I right? So some of the stuff you did when you were much younger. Ooh, yep. It's got, yeah. I'll be chilling for a little bit. Don't worry. Welcome back, I think. You got into art because of Akira Toriyama? Yeah, yep. I knew a couple of friends who, similarly, as you say, got into art specifically because of Akira Toriyama. Literally just workbooks full of like Goku sketches and stuff. That would be the dream, is inspiring other people to start art because of the work that you do. That's so cool. Did do a couple of lineless works too, but only 2 of them. Or did you post? You did. Ooh. Yeah, I can see the Toriyama influences. No, that's awesome. Some of your work sketchy doodle? Or ooh, there's quite a bit of technical stuff here, Plasma. No, that's awesome. My bias is showing when I say that this is my this is my favorite of your drawings so far. Fantasy Castle? What? Harley? Yeah, I know. Ooh. Yeah, I see what you mean with the lineless paintings now. Yep. Nah, it's sick. Sorry that I'm not showing everything. I'm not very efficient with with managing windows, so I'd struggle. If anyone is curious though, highly recommend jumping into the Discord and having a peek at some of these works. is awesome. Your main forte in art is weapons and armor. That's like my opposite. I struggle super hard with detail work like that. So it's really interesting to hear that your skill is in the area that I struggle the hardest with. Didn't start trying to do lines until about 3 years ago. It's one of those things where they're not necessarily required. Line work isn't necessarily required, and rendering isn't necessarily required. There are so many artists who exclusively do line work, and there are so many artists who just work in like blocking with shapes, and then they add paint. No line work whatsoever. BRB, got to do a thing. Thanks for having. Yeah, no stress, no stress. Do what you got to do. Life always takes priority. Okay, I did say once I had a little bit of paint on everything, I'll switch to ocean render. This is the bit that I have fun with. I enjoy working with like environmental materials and stuff. So playtime is now. Always like Junji Ito and Ryuma Ito, so I really wanted to learn. I've always been a fan of manga. Like I grew up reading Naruto and a series called Mare, or Merkin Awakens Romance. Super obscure series, but still. It's always been like I'd always drink it in. But it wasn't until the previous iteration of Dungeons and Dragons, 5th edition, when that came out and I saw the artwork for that, that's what kicked me in the butt and got me motivated to actually start learning artwork properly. Like learning how to produce artwork properly. Probably not too surprising given my subject matter that I usually paint, but still. Mare, like with 2 dots over the A. Yeah, yep. Some of your weapons, armor, and vehicle designs tell it's a lot better than your character art. Yeah, you did with yeah, yep. I can see what you mean, where it's super clean. Not to say that your character art isn't super clean, but especially when you have them like side by side, like the sword and the shield right next to the character, as you've alluded to. Yeah, like your weaponry is a little bit better. Again, just to clarify, it doesn't mean your character work is bad. It just means your like object rendering is really, really good. Never known anyone who knew that existed aside from... Oh, well, there you go. Boom. I never got into the sequel series because apparently there was a sequel series that released after. I didn't know it existed until like 2 years ago. But the original, yeah, it's one of the full one of the full collections that I have. 15 volumes, I think there were, of that one. just to see if adding, yeah, there we go. I won't sit there doing all of the reflections now because there's more important stuff to do first. But yes, adding little ripple reflections will do quite a bit for this one, I think. And I think the way that I'll do it is I'll establish a light direction. So I'll say specifically from over on the left there, and then I'll ripple through just on that trajectory. So like this, where it's just coming through in bands from that left side. It'll darken as it goes in further, but that's fine. And then what I can do is I can have some of that light picked up on the lips of each of those ripples. Yes, yes, something like that. Boom. And with those highlights, I also need lowlights to give the water more body. There we go. We got there in the end. Because when you're looking at big bodies of water, you can kind of see the surface ripple on top, but then if you look past the surface ripple, it goes dark and deep. And I kind of need to allude to that with some of these darker tones. Did I ever finish Cool the Owl? I did. Here, I'll quickly bring it up. I haven't exported it yet. Boom, this one. There we go. Finished image, signature at the bottom and everything. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Oh, close. Tomorrow. Birthday's tomorrow. But yeah, cool. That turned out pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. There are certainly things that I could still do with it, but I'm happy to leave it there, I think. As I was ranting and raving about before, I need to be okay with leaving pieces a little bit unfinished. So good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The way I'll describe it is like this. We'll zoom in for it just so that I've got a clean palette to work with. When you're initially working on a piece, so your starting point is here, you get tons of progress with the image. Then as soon as you get to like perfecting it, the progress starts to bottom out. And if you keep going, it technically is still going up, but it's like way slower progress, right? As compared to this bit down here. So you're better off stopping it around this point in the working process for it, and then starting a new piece. Because when you start that new piece with the lessons that you've learned from the first one, your progress is going to look like this, right? You get all of this from the previous one. And yes, the process still happens again where it bottoms out. Diminishing returns. Thank you, Dust. I appreciate it. You're still going to have diminishing returns, but your ceiling has increased, right? So again, you're better off stopping around here because then the third painting that you work on, oh, boom, even more. And yes, there's less of a gap there as there was there, but you're still, if you finish here, look at how much better you've gotten compared to those like 2 cross points. So adding more paintings to the chart is what I want to do at the moment. So like, for example, with Quill, I've stopped at that point. I could progress to here and it would look better, but the time investment is just not worth it. So instead, whenever I do, I'll get around to drawing Quill again in the future and it'll look all the better for it. You've gotten faster. Just always do these huge things that take time either way. Yeah. That's my big problem, is that all of my big pieces take a millennia. Which is why I'm doing what I'm doing today, because I'm wanting to produce a big piece that would usually take me a month. I'd like to see if I can produce something akin to it. Maybe not to the same degree. Like, again, we're talking like maybe usually where I stop my big pieces there, I'm going to be stopping this one here, like at the peak of it. It won't look as good as over here, but I'll have still gone through the process of like big learning. How you going, Alt? How's your day been? There we go. Yes. Okay. The darker sections of water are working. Look at that. All of a sudden we have form. Really should get some food and some sleep in you before you're stuck here all day. Have a nice rest of sleep. Thank you for hanging out for a bit, Dust. Good luck with sleep. You got this, bud. Nice to hear that you're doing well. Oh my goodness, look at that. All of a sudden it's freaking 3-dimensional, baby. It's like magic. Lighting and color are just, beautiful to behold. If you don't think magic exists in the real world, heck, you haven't rendered anything before. It has been too long since I've allowed myself to render water like this, and oh my goodness, is it satisfying. I spent about a year 2 years ago just doing like environmental studies, anything from water to sand to ice to lava to mountains to plains, everything under the sun. And I've missed this. I've missed just like rendering an environmental material like this. A lot of my recent pieces have been incredibly creature-centric, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy that too. But there's a satisfaction that you just can't scratch unless you do the one thing that you've practiced. Okay, then I still need to communicate that there are like, there's water on top of this mouth. So still gonna render ripples on top. You've been trying to remember the name of the manga you read years ago by typing in description to no avail till you remember the MC's name. Beat the Vanderbuster. No, never heard of that one before. What genre? I mean, I can guess based on the name. Fantasy, yeah. I was going to say like fantasy isekai or something. Was your inspiration for weapon art? Ah, there you go. Boom. Some people get really weird about drawing from inspiration, like using other artists as like a very direct method of practice. But it's awesome. It's awesome because it's almost like having a mentor figure kind of thing. Basically, Vandal Busters are people who hunt demons called Vandals. Okay, fair. There was a big craze of that specifically within the subgenre. Fire Force was another one that was demon hunters, or like obviously. Demon Slayer. Sorry, got there in the end. Both Vandals and Vandal Busters have their own way of ranks, and this kid in the first chapter watches his brother and his team of elite busters die. And Vandal Busters have special weapons they summon from their soul. Ooh. Okay. Tons of flavor. B ends up inheriting all 5 weapons of his brother's team. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, fair. Why, oh why do do I now have the image of like person standing with like their arms full of just like a bajillion weapons. And they can't use any of them because their arms are too full. I'd love to use this spear, but I freaking can't. I've got a bajillion weapons in my hands. Same era as Mare, Shaman King, Rave Master, and the like. Ah, really? Okay, so that is actually a good point. Fantasy was a genre, like a pretty popular genre back in the day, pre Isekai. Hunter x Hunter again. Naruto is arguably fantasy. Bleach is arguably fantasy. One Piece? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I just assumed that what's he? It was going to be a more modern series. As far as you know, the weapons all take a huge energy from him. He has affinity with certain ones, so you can only summon 2 of them at any given time. Unless it's his brother's sword, then he can carry only... he can only summon it alone. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I assumed it was a case of almost like either it was a single weapon that had like Swiss Armied, where you could like switch out components of it, or as you say, like summon specific weaponry. Really adept with his brother's best friend's cyclone gun. I'm sure it explains why he inherited them. Based on what you've said, it sounds like usually the way the system works is like you can only summon the one that belongs to your soul. It does? Yeah, okay, fair. Not till later. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'd imagine it would be like the history, the mystery hook at the start of the series. Like, oh, why did this happen? Doesn't have a soul weapon. His brother's team transferred their souls to him to save his life after he takes a fatal hit. Yeah, okay, that would do it. Fair enough. His soul is like a void soul. He's able to use them. Yeah. Yep. Not entirely the same concept, but I recently read a book series called Cradle. And it does something, again, not the same, but similar. So I really do enjoy that premise of a character seeming broken in a bad way, becoming broken in a good way later on. I know it's pretty overplayed nowadays with a lot of series, but I don't know. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. I enjoy it. Ads. Thank you, Tavern. Thank you for letting me know. Their weapons are called sagas. What does that remind me of? Vinland Saga is obviously what comes to mind, but I don't think that's what I'm thinking of. There was another saga anime back in the day, I just can't remember it. Thank goodness that session is done. So mentally tired from doing nothing. Oh, dearie dear. Yeah, I was going to say, like, well, at least you'd be able to craft or something in the back, but sewing is more involved than something like a crocheting. Like with a crocheting, you can just crochet and kind of turn your mind off. Where sewing, maybe not as much. Good job for getting through it. Good job, bud. Beat has an absurd life force, so makes him stay awake for 3 days straight. Then go comatose for 24 hours. That's fun. That's fun. Having a character operate on a different clock than everybody else, that's really fun. Had a short anime that never got finished. That's alright. I'm quite easy to flip-flop between manga and anime. So if you tell me that there's a series that's only a manga, happily read it. Happily read it. And yes, if it's incomplete as an anime, my brain goes, it only exists as a manga then. It's terrible because it does belittle the work of people who did work on the anime, even though it didn't get finished. But I can't. I struggle so much with non-complete content. Probably could have. Saw some guy was playing guitar. That's amazing. So, Greg, did you get any of what I just said to you? No, but check out this sick riff. "24-hour comatose mode has gotten him in trouble. Ended up falling asleep in the middle of a fight with a high-rank enemy." Oh, no. I just find the premise interesting because it means that you can do stuff with the character that no other story can. What do we reckon? Whirlpool-y? I reckon it's pretty whirlpool-y. At the very least, getting there. They do get pretty creative with his sleep schedule. And then because the big maw is underwater, we want to murky the teeth a little bit, give them a bit of a shimmer, a little bit of a wave, so that they're not like defined as much. They're a bit warbly, a bit warped. Yeah, Mahali is probably the go-to, but honestly, I don't mind. I've heard 1,000 ways of pronunciation for it, and I've yet to get ticked off. So whatever comes naturally. But if you're looking for a guide on it, yeah, Mahali is probably the best way of going about it. It's tough because it has like a Greek pronunciation that I expect nobody to use. So all of it is made up. Even the way that I pronounce it is like non-accurate, so it's fine. Your last name has 2 different pronunciations, the Norwegian and correct way that no one can say, and the Americanized way you just use. Yeah. Basically the same thing, right? How much time do I have? An hour and a half, you say? Okay. I should probably move on from the water now, as much as that pains me. I can always come back and add additional sprucing afterwards. Look at Norwegian names, see the distinct lack of vowels. Large number of consonants right next to each other. It shouldn't be there and their brains break. Yep. It's tough, especially so with Greek you're working with a different alphabet, right? So when you translate it to an English alphabet, you kind of have to go with close enoughs. You know? Which leads to my biggest pet peeve ever, which completely pedantic, so I have no foot to stand on with it because I know that I'm being unreasonable. But whenever Greek letters are being used for maths or physics, it tilts me off the face of the earth because they're completely mispronounced by a landslide as well. You know the character pi in maths? Not freaking pronounced pi now, is it? Same with lambda in physics. Yeah, not good. Not good. Gamma radiation? Frick you. So fear is a different letter. So, oops. Pedanticism. Welcome to pedanticism. This is B or pi. The lowercase letter is the one that's used in maths. Phi is this one. That one's phi. Or I think the lowercase is like that or something. Yeah. So Greek tends to use really short vowels. So phi, bi, xi, psi, with like psi, psi. Yeah, and it's all absolutely butchered. Lambda, frick you. It is lambda. Completely different. I know it's not that different, but still it gets on my nerves. And then the other one, this is not gamma, this is gamma. Freaking different. Different enough to where it ticks me off. As I said, it's me being pedantic. It doesn't actually change anything, but it tickles my brain. It's the Greek version of Michael, correct? And it's pronounced Michali with an X in the middle. Freaking, how do I spell it again? Yeah, with a little S on the end. But don't worry about that. That's how you spell it. It looks freaky as all heck when I do it. It's really cool. Imagine if I could do this with my name, but I can't. It's not freaking English. You got a nice simple first name, luckily enough. Yeah, fair. Very common one. My name is just Joe. Yeah, there you go. Boom. My name in English is Michael, as you've alluded to. So, like, it's not that I struggle. It's just because I was silly enough to choose my Greek name as my screen name. It stumbles a couple of people sometimes. $17. Nice. Love to see it. How you going, Bebop? Just got your screen name from Mega Man. Fair. I don't think there's a correct way of getting your screen name. Yeah, like I've heard all sorts, even down to just I came up with it because it sounded interesting, I guess. Valid. Once you get your money back, you'll be fine. What happened? Combo of X and 0 with gear being Mega Man's symbol. Nice. You are corn. You are. And with my corny sense of humor, you fit right in. Don't worry about it. Closing your shared account, never again. Oh dear. Sorry to hear that, bud. Chaotic corn. Yep. That aside, you're fine? Well, good to hear. You know what I mean. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding me that I need to switch you over to the Tavern bot. I will get around to it, hopefully today. kind of like stepping on a landmine and saying, if I had my foot today, it would be pleasant. Yeah. I'm glad that the chaos is limited to just the landmine, though. If that means anything. Have you had dinner yet? You should have done. And if, in which case, would you have? I literally just said that I should stop working on the water, and I have not. So let's pump the brakes and do that now. How am I going to go about doing this? Let's start rendering the ship here and then see where we go from there. Hello, ghostly pirate ship. What dost thou think thou'st doing? Spinning around a vortex. Need to allude to detail work without necessarily going into all of the detail. Got our little cannon ports. How does the sail work here? Like this, maybe? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, then the lower down the sail is. Introduce a little bit of cyan. Then we wash the deck of the ship in a bit of water as well. Little bit of wrapping there on... Is it the stern? No, stern is the back of the ship. What the brick is the front of the ship is called a bow. There we go. Bit of rope around the bow. Then add another layer just because I am not confident with this next bit. Ship detailing. We want ropes. We need ropes. There we go. That's somewhat right. And mess with their gradient a little bit, just so they're not solid lightsabers. Alright, time to rig up the ship. What do we reckon? Does that look like a ship? More or less? Okay, so the ship is getting dragged that way. What's the water looking like here? I think that's more or less good for now. We can move on to the other ships, and then, heck, if I've got some extra time left over at the end, I can always add more detail. I think I'm good though. Ads in 1 minute. Thank you. Appreciate it, Tavern. Hi, Plasma. Welcome back. What do we reckon, Plasma? Does it look like ships in water now? Excellent, perfect. I've shot for the moon and I've hit the stars in the process. No, it's not again. I sat down to appreciate the taste of my success, just to find out it's turned to ash in my mouth. Of success, Fields, of success. Don't say it. Do not say it. Frick you. How do you? Okay. Grab that highlight from over on the left. Add it to the right. Oops. Same with what I did on the left. Splash a bit of water onto a little bit of water onto the ship as well. Again, want the shadow of the ship underneath the water if I can. Careful, careful. Then bit of rigging flying around. Simply just steer your ship out of there. Are they stupid? Yeah, but I don't think it works with Sea of Thieves logic. I don't think it's just a case of because I've steered my ship in another direction, that's the direction that my ship goes. I actually have to abide by water go in this direction, therefore my ship go in the direction of water. Them's the rules. Every pirate knows where water go, ship go. Unless big wind. I'm just a tyrant in Sea of Thieves. Yeah. I go around to other crews and I lecture them on their seafaring skills. That's how I enjoy the game, and it's valid because I haven't been banned yet. That's how that works, right? If you haven't been banned for something, it means that the devs want you to do it. No, I just sing AFK plays. Ah! They were asking for it. In the Sea of Thieves, it's sink or get sinking. They were. That's what I'm saying. No. The way their character model looked at me, I knew they were up to no good, probably, maybe. If AFK player can't report you, why not kill them? That's what I'm talking about. No, please, camera, have a look at Toast more. No, please, by all means. Oh, hey, Rivali. I love autofocus. Knew that had it coming. You saw it dead in there. You saw it in the dead air stare behind the AFK character. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I knew that they were a loose cannon, and that if I didn't strike first, the fact that they were completely away from their keyboard was a death knell for us. Looks great. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. 20 bits. Oh, hot dang. Thank you, Jedi Knight. How you going, bud? How you been? That's beside the point, Fields. When it's self-inflicted... when it's self-inflicted, it's a strategy. When somebody else does it, it's a threat. You have Curse of Skeleton. I have the Skelly Laugh emote. Like posting up sniping people, and then Skelly laughing, posing as an NPC, then hiding in rafters when they come looking for you, so they think you're gone, and they go crazy. Oh my goodness, yes. That's what I'm talking about. This is the playstyle that we stand. I am so cold-hearted and ruthless. You know, that's entirely true. I'm a monster. Put me behind a cannon, and my eyes go cold. All I know is pirate. You gaslight people into thinking a Skelly NPC snipes them, then despawns when they get close. Yes. Let's play a way out. I mean, could do. Wait though, I'm still in the midst of recruiting for Sea of Thieves. Actually, speaking of which, Maze, would you be interested in joining for some Sea of Thieves? See, I'm recruiting actively. Effort is going into it. Oh, and Zero. Yes, of course. Sorry, brain fart. Yep. I got my wires crossed for a second. I meant Zero when I said Maze. I don't know why I said it the way that I did. My brain just went. It's on PS5 and crossplay now. Ooh. I play it on PC, and Fields plays it on Xbox. Zero's at work, to be fair. I didn't mean now. Unless. No, not now. I do not have time for it now, but in the future. You play it on PC, but you have it on Xbox. Oh, it's all so confusing. Just being pirates and doing pirate things? 110%, yeah. Like, literally, you can pick up a tankard of grog and drink yourself silly and then start stumbling around the ship and vomiting everywhere. It's no, it's good. It's a good time. You wouldn't say no to pirates? That sounds like the assembly of a crew if I've ever heard one. You're just trying to fish. Mahali demands go sink a random innocent civilian. They were asking for it. What can I say? It doesn't even want the loot. That maybe I can admit to is that sinking people is the entire fun of it. Has been pestering about getting you and Maze to play it too. Ooh. Then consider me adding to the pressure. No, if you're not interested in playing, no worries at all. But if you are, the seas, they do calleth. You're 100% in. Down for just being a menace. Excellent. See, Fields? I freaking told you. Pirate recruitment, breeze. Absolute breeze. You just need to find fellow ne'er-do-wells. Hi, I'm Mahali. I pretend to do art and instead spend my time recruiting people to join me to play Sea of Thieves. Pleasure to meet you. I am a supervillain, yeah, correct. You're a menace on every game you can be. Perfect. You want to do a Las Vegas strip limo driver stream? Pray tell, what would that consist of? Break it down for me, please, Fields. It's a real news story? Oh my goodness, what happened? What'd you do? Nothing beats singing sea shanties with the boys. Yeah. No, there's something very pure about the experience of just sitting there, just joking around and doing nothing in particular, and then running into an island and capsizing. Yeah. I mean, preferably you don't do that last part, but it inevitably happens because everybody's been drinking. Like No Man's Sky, as soon as you got a pirate dreadnought, you went full into the role and started raiding other players like crazy. Even rolled up to the largest community, the Galactic Hub, waged war on like 100 players at once out of nowhere. Oh my god, menace. Menace. You love to see it. Just running into a Kraken like it's another Monday. The more that I think about it, the more I think, well, that Maze would enjoy it, yeah. Now that you say it. It's literally just RPing. It's just RPing as pirates. 40 minutes left? Ah, frick, yeah, 40 minutes left. You are correct. 12? Easy. Easy pass on the 12. I reckon with a modifier of like +2 or something, easily clear the bar. Completely insane man got caught doing donuts in a limo on the Las Vegas Strip. Think about a week or a month later, he drove through the airport fence, saying he has a bomb and he wants a private jet, that he had a high-level security, and that he had high-level security. The mob owes him money, and he's TikTok famous. Later, upon closer inspection, they found his explosive was a fire extinguisher taped to a board with Christmas lights wrapped around. I think I remember seeing this news story. This was from ages ago. But my goodness. You were brought to this stream because of a Kraken. There we go. There we go. It's fate. More than anything. One question, he said he wanted a private jet because he wanted to go to Area 51 because he wanted to see if they had aliens. I mean, it's very honest. It's a very, very honest admission. Points for honesty. Okay, how do I want to do this? I want splishy splashes and ripples. Splishy splashes and ripples on the menu. Here we go. This is a news report from like 2020 or 20. Yeah, I was going to say it would have been years ago at this point. Water detail. Okay. There's a video of his surprisingly rad limo skills. If I want to say, yeah, why not? I'll add it to the list. still need to go through the playlist that you guys sent me yesterday. Little shorts. Okay, darken these sails a little bit more. Need to keep it sharp though, it's gotten a bit too murky. Oops. Drifting and driving backwards down a highway. It's not good. It's not good. That's super duper illegal. But I will watch it. Not the sanest banana in the bunch, yeah. That's a little bit better. It's this section here that's looking quite off to me. Got a couple of ideas as to what I can do. I fear a little bit of it has to do with how I've planned out the swirls, but not much we can do about that now. Is it because I need tighter swirls towards the center? I think that's the solution. Something like that, but it still needs more depth. So darker perhaps? Fine, I will look up a whirlpool. Are you happy now, brain? Ooh. Ah, frick, and now I'm happy that I did. Curse you, brain. Yeah, so I need more foam, it looks like. Yeah, easy enough. And then it looks like... Yeah, okay, easy done. Cool. Frick. Why didn't I do that earlier? What layer are you? Am I just missing? Yeah, okay. Sure. Water detail, foamy bits. Bum. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dum. What correction do I have on it at the moment? Nothing? Okay, we're good. I was going to say... The pen's feeling a little bit sticky, but it might be because... No, it's the top. It's the top layer. We've got time. Half an hour to do foam detail, going all the way into the center. Easy enough. Frick. Well, the idea for this stream was speed, right? Let's see how speedy I can be when I know exactly what I need to do. I say exactly. I know somewhat what I need to do. Come on, work with me here, paintbrush. I've got to create that foam effect all the way through, but the degree of detail and how often it repeats is entirely based on where in the pool it is. So out at the extremities, it's going to be the most detailed amount of foam. But as we get further in, because of how dark it gets, you lose some of the detail, and then because I'm trying to sell that it's further away, we also lose a bit of the detail. But I'm also curious to see what it does to the readability of the piece. Do I lose the ships? I don't know. Only one way to find out. And it's one of those things where you see, like, for example, if you pull out the plug of a bath, it creates a little whirlpool, right? And there are some details that you might see in that teeny tiny whirlpool. But if you were to make that whirlpool in your bath plug the size of a house, some of the details are going to be a little bit different. That's a whirlpool right there. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's certainly whirling and it's certainly pooling. So by definition, I think you're right. By Jove, I think you're right. I do say, I shall report it to the Society of Explorers at once. What's the name of that group in Paddington Bear? I think it is the Explorer Society or something. The Society of Explorers, something like that. If it's in the sea and not a pool, wouldn't it be a whirl? I think I like where your head's going, but I think it's called a whirlpool because it's pooling, not because it's in a pool. Does that make sense? Like pooling your resources, for example, is in reference to drawing in your resources and bringing them together into one. Like carpooling as well is the same thing, where it's fitting everybody into a car. Whirlpool is like it's whirling and it's pooling water in. Not to be confused with pulling water in. It's confusing. I don't make up the rules. The texture makes you want to eat it? No, don't eat it, don't. Everybody knows only terrible things happen when you eat whirlpools. eat it, really. Which part? Because the texture is kind of different all the way through. But it looks so tasty. Yeah, fair. Ooh, like a cinnamon swirl kind of vibe to it. A cinnamon bun. Because I can see that. More ice cream, like the really smooth recesses left by a good scoop. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Where like there are little pockets of texture, but it's all super. Yeah, I know what you mean. You like Whirl Sea better because you can get a whirl bath or a whirl lake too. Ooh, true. That does open the door for more customizability. I like that. And then potentially a whirl puddle as well, which is a very fun thought. Oh no, I've been trapped in a whirl puddle. Not going anywhere, but like, help. Always reminded of the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where the whirlpool pulled the two ships in, but they impacted at the mast, so they went from being pulled in any further and were just fighting nearly sideways. Yeah, yep. A lot of really cool imagery in a lot of those earlier Pirates of the Caribbean movies. People had issue with them at the time, and don't get me wrong, I feel like they never really captured the magic of the first one again. But I enjoyed the whimsy of 2 and 3. 4 and 5 felt a little bit maybe redundant, but 2 and 3 for sure I did enjoy. Sword fighting would be so hard to do on a ship in a storm because 70% of sword fighting is footwork. Oh, for sure. I used to play soccer as a wee lad, and I was terrible at it. Don't get me wrong. I used to play terrible soccer when I was a wee lad. There we go, fixed. And as soon as a rainstorm hit while we were out on the field, any semblance of skill, attention, willingness to play the game, hunger for victory, everything went out the window. And it just became a game of survival. Because if you took the ball and started dribbling it, yeah, that's what it's called. If you took the ball and you started dribbling it to the other end of the field, you were actively like walking into a cheese grater with some of the speeds of the rain and the wind or whatever. So I'd imagine it'd be quite similar with a sword fight, right? Where you're engaged in this sword fight and then it starts pelting rain, you're getting hit in the face or whatever, and you put your arms up to your opponent like, all right, chill for a second, please. Oh God, I can't say anything. Everything hurts. Feels like I've been stung by 1,000 wasps. Loved all of them, even if they weren't as good as the first one. Yeah, fair. Fair enough. Pirates didn't know how to sword fight. They used to just rush the opponents and hope for the best. Fair enough. I mean, these are often people coming from sort of desperate situations and couldn't necessarily afford to learn fight choreography. Couldn't learn swordsmanship from like a military academy or something. The element of surprise does a pretty, bang up job, so it doesn't surprise me too much. That's why they beat armies, because they're used to being organized. So when they're rushed by people who didn't know what to do, they feared for their life. What's that one quote that's probably butchered over and over and over again? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. I think that's a Mike Tyson quote, actually. Most did try to actually avoid a fight, though, as unless it was a particularly wealthy merchant ship, the loot wasn't worth the loss of manpower. Yeah, fair. So they'd go for like hit and run style of tactics, or go for ships that wouldn't be able to defend themselves and stuff. Yeah, fair. I'm sure a bit of sabotage was in play as well. All of the classics. Due to the risk of infection, lack of accessible medical attention, and lack of military cohesion, they avoided conflict with armed vessels. Yeah, that's the thought, is you'd go after merchant ships that haven't been armed to the teeth with cannons. Favorite Ethan Nestor quote? Were pirates real? How about that weather? Yep. Just avoiding the judgmental stares after the one comment. Fair. Am I a yo-ho-ho pirate or a yar-har-har pirate? Not paying absurd prices for games that aren't worth the price tag kind of pirate. Well, I'd say that I'm a yo-ho-ho pirate. Kind of a classic whimsy. Yar-har-har feels a little... although I say that, Field will probably correct me and say that I'm an incredibly aggressive pirate when it comes to Sea of Thieves, which I mean, fair. I don't know what it is, but when Sea of Thieves boots up, I'm out for blood, I guess. Yo-ho-ho pirates have more fun. That's my ideology. Whether or not I actually follow through with that, who's to say? How's this? I'm a very spontaneous pirate, if that plays to one or the other. I think Fields can happily attest to that. That if something goes awry, Bahali is more than willing to adapt. You can be an aggressive yo-ho-ho pirate. Just being a menace with a smile on my face and a laugh in my belly the entire time. Yeah, okay, that's accurate then. I can happily say that I'm a yo-ho-ho pirate then. That's some nice looking water. I'm happy with that water. I just need more of it. You're the type of chess player to sacrifice pieces because it's funny to play so bad. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I'm the kind of chess player where I go into it with a plan, and then if the plan doesn't work and a piece gets taken that I wasn't paying attention to, I crumble like that. Immediately. Which is so weird, because in other things I'm pretty easy to adapt. But in chess, for whatever reason, maybe because it's limited to, you know, one turn a move and limited resources and that sort of thing, I get really particular with it. You just had the best yarn experience ever. Or you're the type of chess player who doesn't follow a plan at all. Ah, yes, chess player after my own heart. Who would rather play Fire Emblem? Fire Emblem's a kind of chess. Fire Emblem is chess with different rules. It's a similar premise where you start with pieces, they start with pieces. Your pieces can behave in a certain way, their pieces can behave in a certain way. And then it's just, you know, capturing the king or whatever it happens to be in that encounter. It's chess with but more fun. Some people enjoy the limitations of chess. Because it's learnable, you know, in the sense that you can learn strategies in chess that will just work. Whereas in something like Fire Emblem, every scenario is different, and you can't really like learn a loadout or learn a starting play, learn a counter play, anything like that. Fire Emblem, you have to very much so adapt. Not to say that you don't at all in chess, but chess is learnable. You can learn to do a chess good. You play chess like you play life. All of your wins are unplanned and you feel like you did something even if you don't know what, despite knowing how to play for most of your life. Yeah. Yeah, I will say that all of my victories in chess have been like happy little pleasant surprises. So yeah, I can relate to that. I take the mentality of I'm just going to do good moves until I maybe win or lose. And hopefully if I'm doing good enough moves, I'm more likely to win. So you got some yarn from an art trade. It was hand spun from fresh wool, so fairly rough. You've been using it for the past 5 hours or so, then decided to work on something different. The second you started using your usual yarn, you felt so at ease. It was like goddamn butter in your hands. Oh my goodness. The classic wearing training weights and then taking off the training weights. Yep. Unpredictably makes things far, far more entertaining for you. Fair. Every time you're winning with chess, you somehow trigger a draw. Well, that's the tough thing, right? Is part of learning chess is learning how to close out games. I agree. It's the thing that I struggle with the most as well. It's so easy to work with. It doesn't have a break every row. What's this magic? Yeah, right. I've yet to work with quote unquote good yarn. I've only ever worked with cheap as all heck yarn. So I reckon I'll have a similarly sort of transformative experience whenever I do get to something with a bit more quality to it. How has it been for hours? That aside, I am pleased as punch that I've managed to do this in 4 hours. It might not look like a lot, and apologies if it doesn't, but I'm super chuffed. This is good progress for me. I didn't quite achieve getting it fully done in the 4 hours, because I don't reckon I'll get it done in the next couple of minutes. Progress. Learning chess. What is this concept? Right. You with 2 knights and a queen against 1 king somehow gets you a draw. Because is it like 10 moves in a row without of like one player doing the same move? 10 moves in a row, I think, leads to a draw. All chess was just people throwing spaghetti at the board and seeing what sticks. I mean, at some tiers, that's what it is. Yeah, Fire Emblem is just too fun. Have so many options of weapons, units, abilities, and strategies, especially when doing PvP. Such a blast. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I agree, but I can also see the joy of being able to practice chess and getting really good at it. It's a lot of progress before it. Thank you. I'm chuffed. Don't know. Chess just hates you. It's one of those things. It like art. Chess is a different art form. You will get rewarded for putting in the hours. That's the conclusion that I've come to from seeing people going through the learning process for chess. I just haven't done that, so therefore I haven't grown as a chess player. Not for a while, not for a good long while. Your online username has gotten a bit too famous, and now people often just forfeit as soon as they see your name. The rendering is looking like real water. Loving the way the light is... Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's getting there. As we're closing in on running out of me being able to delay the ads, I'll do a little bit of housework, just a teeny tiny little bit of housework. Quick reminder to everybody who was interested in getting the monthly art prompt done. You've got 3 more days, so today, tomorrow, day after. If you do get it in on time, you get VIP in chat, so you get a little diamond next to your name. If you don't get it in on time, still completely fine. You've got infinite time. It's just the little diamond in chat. That's the only difference. So there's that. Once that's finished, I'll be looking to announce the prompt for August, so look forward to that. I'm going to be away this weekend, so Friday stream and Monday stream aren't happening because I'm going over to where Billy lives and I'm going to hang out with Billy for the weekend. So sadly, no stream on Friday or Monday, but when I get back, it'll be smooth sailing, pun intended, for the next couple of months. So no more missed streams, I promise. The other thing is that it's my birthday tomorrow. Big one, the big 3-0. And I will be streaming. So look forward to birthday stream tomorrow. It'll be in the evening. So this is an afternoon stream. Today's stream started at 12:30. Tomorrow's stream is going to start at 6:30 in the evening. So usual evening time. Look forward to that. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. We have an art prompt. Yeah, so if you type in, actually, you're in the Discord. So if you go down to the bottom of the Discord, there's like a monthly art fair channel. If you look in that, you'll see the prompt for this month. Last month, it was Kai Jun. And for this month, really rolls off the tongue. Ready for it? Sonic OC Lie. You know, like July, it's an amalgam word. Terrible. You spend more time loading up matches and watching people forfeit on Fire Emblem Engage than actually playing. Oh, dearie dear. Does Bluebet count without stress? 100%. 100%. You submitted something, so it counts. I would still love to see Strauss if you do have the motivation for it, though. But yes, you still will get the VIP badge for the Bluebird submission. This is a midnight stream for you. Maybe you'll make a Sonic OC for it. Ooh, heck yeah. Midnight for you, 4:30. Okay, so it means that tomorrow's stream will start at 2:30. Would start at 2 o'clock in the morning for you. Frick. Them's the breaks. Not good at anthropomorphic art. I don't think I'm particularly good at anthropomorphic art either, but I gave it a red hot go. I'll have mine submitted sometime a little bit later today. It's like 2 a.m. here. Oh, frick. So it'll be a 4 a.m. stream tomorrow. Sorry, bud. But I do stream for the 4 hours, so I'll be going until 8 a.m. your time. Does that change much? Probably not, but you'll be awake then. You start work at 11 p.m. your time. Ooh. Well, I'll look forward to seeing you potentially. May still be up for part of it. It'll be a joy to see you if you can make it, but don't strain yourself. If you're looking to have a sensible bedtime, don't push it. You're good. It'd still be knocked out at 8 a.m. Yeah, no, that's more than fair. It's all good. The VOD will be available, and I'm a strong believer in not necessarily sticking to like just the day for celebrating. If the times and days don't match up with people, just celebrating when you can is like the important part of it. I appreciate the happy birthday wish. Thank you. Bedtime is anywhere from midnight to 3 a.m. usually for you, so no worries. Excellent. All right. That's 2 out of 3 snoozes used, so I've got 1 left. Divvying them up. Let's see. What do I need to do for this whirlpool? I need to clean up this bit here. I think I need to bring in that line a wee bit. I can quickly do that now. I've more or less nailed the shape, I think. The lighting still needs a little bit of work. I can see where it's really working over here on the left, and then it kind of becomes grey blob towards the middle. So if I can refine that, I reckon I'll be happy. I think I'll keep working on it off stream though, because I do want to limit myself to working on one of these per stream. Not for every stream, but when intending to do like shotgun pieces like this, I'll try to limit myself to just working on them for one stream and then retiring them. But yeah, I hope everyone had fun. Thanks for hanging out. I'm on a new like improvement kick. So I'm trying to increase my productivity. So look forward to me trying to get through more pieces more often. Should be fun. Who's online that I can go and bother? I mean, raid in the nicest of ways. Ooh. Speaking of, the saltiest of squids is live at the moment and doing studies. Let's head over that way. Heck yeah. Right. Boom. But yeah, I hope everyone's had fun. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. Yeah, I hope to see people tomorrow. No stress. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. And I'll catch you later. Bye, everybody. Bye.